Alrighty. Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and today we are going to be playing with Godot, the Godot engine, and that composition toy I want to make. But I also have a new thing that I was doing the other day that I can show you. Hi. It's a new cam. Turns out if I'm able to make this composition toy and sit down and actually do any other music, which has always been the goal. I just have so many things that I have to do in order to get there. Well, hey, we've got a new camera angle for watching me do that kind of stuff with. So what the hey? And on that note, I'm going to switch over to my camera in such a way that I can run the Godot engine. I've actually got a variety of things I could show off. For instance, I can do this. This is me with Twisted Wave again. So let's see, desktop sounds. Let's open some kind of noise. How about this one? So if I make that into stereo, because I think I probably should, or maybe not. I guess let's find out. I bet I can't load it as a AU, but I shouldn't have to. Let's see how far I've got. Oh, hang on. I have to run this in order to play with Twisted Wave. Unlike Reaper, Twisted Wave needs to rescan everything very slowly. But that's fine. I'm sort of getting up to speed with the other stuff that I do. And again, my goal is the program called the Wild Music and doing some things with it that should help me in future. And as a result of this, I've got a whole bunch of reference materials. Like here's one. This is a rhyming dictionary. That I need to build into the program, and various other reference materials sitting around here. Software. And I'm puzzled as to why Twisted Wave isn't able to open this. Well, I don't care what that is, so let's skip it and move on. That wasn't mine, that was somebody else's. Failing to load. And let's see, I'm going to be making reference to this. And once I finished with this slow and tedious loading of new things into Twisted Wave, if I had been thinking, I would have done that ahead of time. What I did ahead of time, rather than running this in Twisted Wave, was make myself another cup of coffee. So I'm probably going to be all kinds of chattery today, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, why even do a live stream if you're not chattering your head off to people? Whether or not they are there to respond. Sometimes people just want to tune in and listen. I was doing that with some Super Eye Patch Wolf just this morning. And that wasn't even a stream. That was just videos, but checking out stuff people do or say. I bet the VST will work on the mono track because I think VSTs tend to promote stuff to stereo. If you feed it mono, it'll feed it into both channels. But we're going to find out right now. And I probably don't need to reload a thing. Although I will find out very quickly if I do. So here's something new. So this is probably not going to be next week, but I needed this for another thing, which is crunchy guitar. And I'll tell you why. See this? This used to be pre-delay. That might sound a little bit like it's far away, but you can do this. And that's because this is redesigning the entire early reflections according to where stuff sits in the room. So I can move it around, but if I move it around while stuff is playing, I'm going to get scrunchy noises. But all the same, and then the maximum position is as far up front in the room as you can get, and that is what Cathedral 4 is doing by default. Which is not to say that I won't ever do a Cathedral 5, but that's going to be after some other things, and I'm going to want to make some more breakthroughs in constructing these filter things to do that. Oh, but also we can do this. See, early RF is literally the early reflections produced by this. So if they're very long reflections, like over here, there's going to be a little gap before you hit those. But if it's very short, this is effectively right up against the wall. And if I turn early RF up real high, you plainly hear what it's doing to the sound. Although I'll notice that I'm not sure whether this is properly in stereo. So let me... You won't hear it, but I will. So I'm going to want to hear it properly. Turn to stereo. Export individual channels. Here we go. Gaussian. I'm playing with Twisted Wave. Here, I'll show you. So I am a paying owner of Twisted Wave. I don't know who it is who makes it, but I've been using it for a long time. Hey, Frog in a Well. Doing all right. We're going to see how I can do with making Godot program stuff today. It could be delightful and it could be a big frustration. We'll find out. But yeah, here. Yeah, it was running it as mono. Fascinating. So if I do this, it's up against the back wall, but really high early reflections. As I change this, the tone of early RF will also change. We're moving the amp closer to the back wall, out into the middle of the room. And right up front. So we can even tune it to what the sound is doing. And that gives you 27 distinct kinds of sound out of the existing 6x6 matrix, which is being drawn on to produce these various variations on the early reflections. And that is also present on another one that will be coming out. That one is called Alien Spaceship because it's a huge, weird space. So hopefully that will come in handy for somebody. Probably not guitar people though. But I could see this finding places in electronic music. And let's see, we're not going to save that. And let's jump on over to the world of Godot and see where I left off, because this is the thing that I'm going to try to do more of today. This being where we left off. It's also going to be launching JetBrains Writer, because that's what I have for my text editor. I am not sure to what extent that's actually helping me, but I guess we'll find out. Like, we go over to script, and it won't actually open anything up in here. Instead, it'll fire up a separate program. Here's what we built so far. We can zoom in and out on this. It's letting me click on stuff where it's showing me what note I placed and where it's been placed. I never did solve this part where it scrolls right off the end. But I have a graphic which is serving the purpose of a bunch of databases. And we get to change and shift this around quite a bit. So here's what we're looking at. I have things color-coded, although I don't know if it necessarily matches the colors that I used here. And if these things are matched, then what we've got is a thing where it will show me which node I'm looking at, which ones are available to have notes placed on or not. Oh, is Xcode on a VM working out for you? Good, good. We've got a color shading having to do with what key we're in. Like, as you can see, this already had colors for it. And in fact, that is the correct color for that one. It's F sharp. And that's a sort of beigey color. Let's test that assumption. I'm going to pull it back to E. And then make this match. E should be this shade of blue, and indeed I think it kind of is. So here's as far as we've got. I have the ability to place these. It's depicting the note that I'm placing it on, and that number is technically first the MIDI note, and secondly the these are going to go together, like 0A, then 2B is going to be the same wherever I find them. Like, there is another 2B and there is another 0A. So it doesn't really need the 0 there, but that is part of my way of translating it into actual note values. And 69, well, that's going to be the MIDI note number. I don't have enough reference here to really be doing this properly, but what I have managed to do is make these note values correlate with what notes you can place in the key specified, and also be able to overlay other keys. For instance, we're in the key of E major here. I would probably like to also draw keyboards like this. I'm not sure if I'm quite there yet, but I kind of would like to do that. And let's also overlay the key of C major, which would be A minor, or at least A minor becomes a chord that you can use there. Actually, no, G major. No, it could be C major. Either way, they would be a minor. Either way, A would be a minor. So if I go back to that, all of a sudden, these are the available notes. Because on the key of C major, none of the black keys are available. On the key of B, literally all the black keys are available. What I've now made this do is let me place notes on everything except perhaps for this one. And it shouldn't be doing that, but I guess it is. Oh wait, hang on. Okay, E major, correct. So there's the 3 black keys. I can place a note on this one, I can place a note on this one, I cannot place a note on that one, and sure enough, there's the one that you can't place a note on if you're in either of those 2 keys. So that is still doing what I wanted. Literally everything else is available, because in the key of C, only the white keys are not available. But what if we picked a different one? Like instead of C, F, which I think is all the way over here. Well, F is this color, and I do see it on the notes there. One of the things I'd like to do is incorporate the other modes. Because right now I'm simply looking at major key. I'd like to be able to also say, hey, I want to do things in the Dorian mode. What note do I have to base things off of here? I'd also like to incorporate something else, namely the ability to specify singable notes. I want to have more controls in here where I can specify like vocal range and say, here's the bottom of my vocal, perhaps with more sliders since I have these anyhow. And they can be made to specify any number of things. Maybe have a slider which is like, this is my lowest note, this is my highest chest voice note, this is my highest falsetto note. And then maybe the dots that I draw in here, rather than simply being red dots, would take on a color having to do with the type of voice I was using. Now it might help. I have that information sitting around available. In fact, it's sitting over there. Yeah, probably can't see it, so I'm not going to bother changing the camera angle. But I have on my guitar rack over there a sign that says Faust, G sharp, and belt D. And those are singable notes for me specifically. So I would want to have a control that specified that. And I could start it with just MIDI notes, but I probably also want to put a little additional thing here. This is being updated by these controls. Key primary and key secondary are operating Here we are operating and sending a signal to something which is changing what these say. And so all of my stuff is altering and changing as I move this around. This is the part where I can click on stuff. That'll tell me what MIDI notes I'm using. And then I can scroll this around like this, or zoom it or shrink it like that. And that's how I would go about like writing a melody on this little composition tool. So let's quit out of here and have a look at some of this stuff. What that's going to mean is launching this other program. There we go. And also finding where some of these controls are. And this is how we're referencing the controls in Godot. And rather than doing it in GDScript, this is doing it in C#, which I would like to learn so that if I do a game of some kind, I can do it in the more efficient, closer to the bare metal language. It's probably going to do fine. I see that in some of this stuff, that's where we're specifying these things. They're within these case statements. So I don't actually have... So now this is making me wonder what's up with this thing here. So when that changes, it's being sent to the draw keyboard method in the code we were just looking at. We don't have to send any additional arguments. So that's how these work. These don't, in that they're not sending signals. I mean, they could, but there's nothing really to send signals to. So one of my thoughts is maybe I can draw a keyboard on the screen like these. I've got my graphic. It's sitting around in here. That's fine. It's not very big though, but it should be fine. And I've got these dumb little controls for manipulating it. I've got some labels for editing. I wonder if I can make a change to the note label. Let's find out. Back over to here. Draw keyboard, create width and height. So this is actually building everything from the size of the initial control. This is not yet complete. So I am curious, like if I use this as a reference, what I can do is add some features here and then see where it gets me. Like if I tell it to be in this and so key, and then I select the Phrygian mode, for instance, well, that will highlight a different note. This. And so that specifies what key I'm in. So, key primary. Let's maybe fool around with some stuff while we're at it. Like, I got to do this. I'm a little out of my depth, but I'm going to try to enjoy the, here's where I was trying to get to with all of that. I've only got note space done so far. There's whole sections of other stuff that I'd like to bring in here, which is not present currently. But let's see what I can do with note space. This is what I would need to be doing anywho, so... And in order to do that, I feel like so you've got this sheet here. There are 7 possible notes to use, including a mode that I don't use. I don't do anything with the Locrian mode because it's kind of irritating. So let's jump back into here and add yet another controller. So primary key, secondary key, and key P label is the one that's currently saying major. But I think what we're going to do is further extend that. So let's move this stuff out of the way a little bit. And then let's duplicate these. That's not how to do it. Let's try it from here. Okay, here we go. And we can call that mode. And it is in fact calling draw keyboard when it changes. So that still seems pretty correct. Also, let's see if I can move it. Not yet. Nope. Nope, that's still manipulating stuff up there. Let's see if I can click here and get something to change. Aha. That, I think, can be a smaller controller because it's just for modes. It would be nice to have better controls than this, but I do have the scroll bars working, and so I can use those before I go and do something else. And then let's see, key S label. If we duplicate this, it's probably going to also be equally annoying as everything else, but one thing I can do is call it what it's meant to be called. Then if I click around here, I can't actually do anything useful, but I bet I can, yep. Now we've got mode label selected, and I can move it right over to where it needs to be. So this is redundant. I've got this labeled here. So actually, let's not bother with that. Delete? Yeah, delete. Hey, OLD and or old. I'm glad recurve is working out for you. Cool. All right, back into whatever's going on here. This is updating. I need to set inspector in order to get a value. These values go from 0 to 11. That is a typical thing for this kind of stuff. It means that's equivalent to 12 note equal temperament. But don't necessarily want 11 for the mode. Rather, I'm going to want it to be, I'm guessing, 7, but we're not going to use all of the 7, so maybe it'll be as little as 6. Let's run this and see. Well, it might not actually show me anything. Let's see. It did in fact include the new thing. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm counting. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sure enough. So that becomes the mode controller. And what I'm going to need to do is make it update this major. And then make it work appropriately for this. Like if I went from C major to C Lydian, here's what would have to happen. You have to do this, and then instead of major, it would be like over here for the Lydian, it would say G Lydian and no, it would say C Lydian rather than G major. And rather than, oh, interesting. And rather than this being the one drawn in white, because this that I'm putting these spots on, that's a G. I don't want that. What I'm going to want is, let's see, no. Let's scroll this over here so that I can get access to the parts that I need to do. I'm going to be wanting to have this not only say G Lydian, but also this needs to be drawn with the white highlighting, showing that that's the root of whatever chord sequence that I might make. And it's not doing that yet. But I do have one of these. So this is interesting. Why are we making int key primary and secondary times 5 mod 12? Oh, I know why. Don't mind me. I know why it's doing that. It's doing that because these are being modulated in circles of fifths. Again, if I run this, hey Yuri, if I run this, let's run that. Thank you. It's running in cycles of fifths. That's why I'm doing that. So if you go from C major to the next thing over is G major, that is exactly a fifth away rather than one note away. One note away, I guess, would be what? D flat? So here's C major, and then that's C major over here as well. And if I went to D flat, that's one note away rather than a fifth away. And what's happening there is, even though it's only one note away, there's a whole bunch of extra flats that have been added, and it's kind of miles away from the original key. Whereas if you go a fifth away from the original key, yep, and there we are. Here is our C. Here is our D flat. It is the first black key available. There's the second black key available, and the note between there, as shown, let's see. Here's what we're seeing with the keyboard. So I'd like to get that built in there too. I don't know how convenient that's going to be, but I should be able to populate a set of keys, even ones that I just draw or ones that I create in the main program window. I should be able to make a couple of octaves of keys and then update them using the same code that I have here. Because here's where I manipulate all of that stuff. So here's the thing. Let's load get node slider mode. And I'm pretty sure I can start with just this code. And we are not going to do circle of fifths with it. Nor are we going to modulate it in this way. But we're going to be doing something else. Also, we have a problem. What's up with it? Oh, that is already a string. Well, that doesn't look right either, but it seems to have worked, so let's see. Where did I use that? Where did I use that? A fair question. Does it still run or does it scream and die? Oh, now I can't actually click on anything. Well, let's go back to this. Now maybe I can. There we go. Okay, we broke whatever it was I was using. But it technically still runs, interestingly. And this doesn't affect that. So yeah, I broke everything, but I don't know how to put it back. So let's see. Well, we're defining a whole other string. This underlined thing probably means you're not using this. Yep, that's exactly what it meant. And we're defining this as an int, and it's displaying it, but it is not tripping over and falling down because it's displaying a int. It's just casting that int and building it into the code. It's not what I wanted, but it successfully made its thing. Oh, and I'm also still using key primary too. So several mistakes, really. Well, you know what? I bet if I do this, I can run it, and now what's going to happen is this doesn't change, but now it does. So that's neat. So there's probably going to need to be more code there. Also, this could move up here because this is kind of where I would be using it. So let's see now. Oh, I see. So that's where this lives. If I change it, very slick that Godot's string operators let you do these things without it, without it just breaking. That said, I did not intend for it to take me literally. No. So, string mode display could be populated based on, I could make a little array preloaded with the information. That could work. Or I could just define it and then populate it in one of those little switch statements. That would work too. It's just a matter of what's more convenient, really. That's not really the point. So let's see, if we were going to do that, we could do the switch statement again. Indeed, I do wish to use switch mode, so thank you, very well. It put it where it needed to go. So far, so good. And then it's probably not going to let me autocomplete any of this stuff, but interesting. Look at this clever little puppy. So it has decided that what I want to do, and this is very clever. I'm very pleased with Writer on the back of this. I wonder how far it would go. It is correctly asserted that major, it's a little screwed up as far as what numbers I would be using for these. But it is figured out that I might want to have an alternate that would say minor rather than major. It's just wrong about what number that would be. Let's see how far it can go. Ah, okay, now it's starting to go crazy. Because there is no build to assign. I wonder if I can prompt it in such a way that it starts figuring out what it's supposed to do. Let's find out. So if it can figure this out, it's talking to some form of like AI reading or whatever. Ah, it's talking to some form of AI reading or whatever, but it's confusing itself and is not making sense. So what's going on here is I'm using JetBrains Writer. I don't know if this means it's sending all of my texts to servers back at JetBrains headquarters. If I wasn't an open source programmer, this might worry me. And in me doing this, it is going, oh, major? And I have added a case for Dorian. And it is instead deciding that I am actually talking about chords rather than keys or modes. So major and minor are in fact chord names rather than mode names. Let's see whether we can prompt it to fill in my other stuff for later fixing. Let's see what we do next. Oh, no, it's going crazy. It can figure out that I want a case 2. This is why when people use AI, they say they're working much faster, and yet they end up working much slower. This is clearly doing something like that. But I'm struggling to make it do the thing I have in mind. Let's see how far it can go. Firstly, we'll complete, but then we will correct it. Okay, Aeolian, Ionian, Dorian, and Phrygian are all modes. What does it think happens next? Oh no, it thinks I'm making a restaurant. Ah, dear. Well, it's very confused. I'm going to need 6 entries in this list. Let's find out how crazy it goes. Oh, now it thinks it's languages. So rather than do that, let's go back to here. If it thinks it's languages, let's prod it in a different direction, because it thinks Ionian, Dorian, and Phrygian are languages. So that might be more like a restaurant. What then? Nope, it's looking at that again. I'm trying to see whether I can con it into thinking these are restaurants. It thinks they are languages. And it does not know what modes are. It does not know music theory. I'm just playing with the toy at this point. I'm just seeing whether I can... Okay, now will you do restaurants? Ha! Amusing. Now what? Okay. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is what you get when you play with the AIs. It just goes crazy and wastes your time. Let's fix these things. At least it figured out that I wanted case statements with a succession of things with breaks on the end. So that's, there's the thing. I also should take a moment and look up which of the things are Aeolian or Ionian. I currently don't have it labeled on this. I've got other resources where I do. So how about let's readjust this. And we will start the string as blank. A major. So if we're going according to how this works, they're in an order. And the order that they're in is essentially stepping along the notes, like in C major, we go A minor, B Locrian, C major, D Dorian, E Phrygian, F Lydian, G Mixolydian, and then A minor, which I guess that's Aeolian. So if we were to follow that thing and skip the Locrian, nobody composes in Locrian. Hi, Jonathan. We go Major to Dorian to Phrygian. Fair enough, it already had it there. I wrote that. To Lydian. To Mixolydian. To Wild Egg, Aeolian. And there's our mode control. So now if we run this, let's go back to here, might be easier. Now if we run this, it'll punch different values in there. And those are the same, but this gets updated to be different things. And it overlaps a little bit. Also, our final option doesn't seem to be showing up. Major, Dorian, Phrygian, Lydian, Mixolydian, minor. That means the final one, there is a space for another one, and I could in fact include Locrian, but I wouldn't want to. And it's not actually changing anything. But this would be the hope, that I can get it to do, oh, for heaven's sake. Okay, which Godot was it? That was the program I just was in. So I think what it did was read the modes, and then for some reason I have a sixth case in here. And maybe it became unhappy that I didn't have that. So next thing we do is we include an offset for just the marker that is the key, but it doesn't change anything else. Cathedral 4, bear in mind. And yeah, there could be a Cathedral 5 with the stuff that I just added to Guitar Hall and Alien Spaceship. But I'm probably going to wait until I have a even better Cathedral algorithm to play with before doing that. I should be able to get an even higher performing algorithm if I keep hammering away on that program for generating them. It's going to require me both setting the program settings to appropriate settings, and then also running it over and over and over and over again and painstakingly rendering everything. You've seen me do this before. Render it into audio, measure the audio. Maybe come up with new ways of improving the program that generates them. So let's see, first let's quickly check and see whether, oh, that's the wrong thing. Let's quickly check and see whether this worked. C major, Locrian. Also, I need more space in there. That's in this program. And this could be either to the side of that or maybe on top. But make a little more space. Stretch this out to roughly match. It's still going to only have X many steps to it. Save that, run back over to here, see how it works. Boop, doesn't look perfect, but I can do stuff to help with that. The other slider doesn't have to be that big either. And what I'm wondering is whether this is consistent. I'm feeling like maybe it's not as consistent as I would like. But we'll see. About to find out. Let's see what we can make happen. Into mode. Mode apply. And now we start adding that. Oh, hi, you're changing my spacing. Thank you, I didn't want you to do that. How about you don't? We'll figure out how to make it do the right thing. I want this to be arranged like this so that I can see all of the things crammed into this little space. Alternate colors. Assign that. Physical key color. Secondary, primary. And here we have because there's where it updates which one is drawn in white and labeled in this way. I could also make, like, I don't know, a red spot for the root note. But currently I'm only looking at the little screen where you can punch in notes. And currently that is highlighting as intended. So let's sneak this in everywhere. See if it screws with me again. Nope, it's fine. It will let me do this. So here nothing changes, but if I refer to this, I can make it do the right thing if only in the key of C. And at that point, I have to find out whether it breaks when I change that. But for now, it's time to see whether this works in the key of C. So Dorian. Dorian is, let's see, D minor, so that would be +2. And let's see, would that be +4? I'm trying to read this as I go. D, E, and then that would be 5, I think. And then 7 rather than 6. Let's see what happens when I try this. 9 and 11. So now that I've done this, what does it do? Nothing much when I click in the wrong place, I'll tell you. We run this now, it's going to do a thing. We should be able to see this white line kind of animate. But not in the way I'd hoped. So when I go to Dorian, what that should do is jump up. But instead, it goes the opposite direction. It jumps down 2 notes to the black key and then keeps going in the opposite direction in the wrong places. Until it ends up on, so it's going literally the opposite direction. That means we can reverse the polarity of the neutron flow. Let's make it do negative numbers and see what that does. Again, I can identify what I want it to do. And let's see, Locrian would be using B as the, so in the key of C, it is now correctly going to the notes. Like if I decided that I wanted, but. It's not updating the notes correctly. So it's claiming this is actually, say, C minor. No. That's A minor, not C minor. That's a problem. Whereas if I do this, we can make it say A major and then say A minor. We can make it show the relevant bits. Let's see, what are we looking at here? But this is far from correct. Like this is not working right, not yet. So we'll zoom it back to C major. This is the part that needs to now be updating this. It needs to not say C here. Instead, it needs to say what the relevant thing is, but not update the coloring of that. Well, where do we even get those notes anyway? We're getting them from here. It's basically hard-coded into there. So, well, I mean, the easiest thing that I could do would be to hard-code it to be only the key of C and then write that in on the mode control. I mean, it would work. It's not good, but it would work. So the colors are going to be the same. We're not changing the colors at all. The colors are currently hard coding in only the major version of what that's supposed to be. So that's no bueno. But if I update this to say also key primary value times 5 mod 12, and then we're also assigning key primary 5 mod 12 even though it's already been applied. So that seems weird, but I know I needed to do it, so alternate key. These are like what key we're in is in fact correct if the mode is only in minor. So in a sense, I don't necessarily, like technically music theory wise, what's happening is if we're composing in minor and we're doing like A minor, we're technically in the key of C. It's correctly showing that the fundamental key is C, but we're in the relative minor. So this is correctly showing what the actual key is. But then this, which is correctly showing what the relative would be. And I'm definitely puzzled by the fact that this is being applied twice. It feels like that shouldn't, or maybe simply, maybe doing it twice doesn't change a thing. Like you can simply apply times 5 mod 12 multiple times and get away with it. Oops. Quick experiment. Oh, clicked the wrong place again. I'm always stumbling over this stuff. Let's see if we just permanently broke this. I think we did. So it needed that. I don't know why it needs it twice. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing about pentatonic is it's not at all unusual to cross the majors and minors. It's fairly common in blues to be throwing in like passing tones in major or whatever. The real pro tip is if you've been learning the A minor pentatonic and you actually don't know any other way of playing, you immediately start playing the nice form of pentatonic over a major if you just drop down 3 frets. You just go, oh, there's the notes. And that gets you there. I stumbled across that one a long time ago. Unfortunately, what I'm doing is I'm looking at this now, which is not being as cooperative. So let me see if I can get as much of this done as I can before I have to break for visiting the restroom or whatever. Also, I'm curious if this is broken in other places? Let's find out. Because I've got it not following this correctly, but it will at least go to the relevant things based on, like, the relative mixolydian of C would in fact be this note. It's G. That's correct. It's not being labeled correctly. But now what happens if I start going to other keys? Like, here's G major. So that should be going to A, B, C, D, E, and F sharp. Does it, or has it gone horribly, horribly wrong? Okay. That appears, yep. Okay, that worked. It's highlighting the correct notes. Let's take it another D major and let's move the relative. I probably want to make this be a different control. Rather than it being the secondary key, I probably want to have it default to 0, and then you can push it to the side in order to get these other things. Often you might want to just be in a key and not get too fancy with this other stuff. I will always want to get fancy with this other stuff. I have a whole page of cheat sheet for that very purpose, and that's what I'm trying to translate into a program. Now let's see what we've got here. D, E, F sharp, G, A7, B minor, B, and C sharp. What do we got? I'm kind of squinting at this to try to see what it is. I guess that would be it, yeah? Yep. And that is also a playable note, so... And then Dorian becomes E, so there we are. Phrygian, there's our F sharp. D, E. Sure enough, F sharp. White key, white key. And then the final one would be, let's see, D, C sharp again. So this dark color should go to white when I move this. Okay. Yeah, as far as the colors are concerned, as far as the placement of things and whether they're attainable or not, that is actually working. What's not working is specifying whether it is a relative minor or whatever. It's just calling everything the root key. That is not the best. But I do feel better that at least the other bit is working. That it appears to be following the pattern correctly. By what I mean by that is this is making it follow the pattern correctly. Line primary color key, main color, lerp color is white layer alpha. That is following the pattern correctly. So that's neat, I guess. So let's make another thing. Okay, what's the matter with that? We'll start that out as a blank too. So now we know that if we can use a statement similar to this case statement to assign that. Although we're trying to refer to this, so that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? But if we do this, then we have access to what we're using for this. So what happens if rather than, we'll like include these things as we go. I'm going to steal this and just change it. And let's see, mode, no, key primary. And maybe not make it be circle of fifths this time. And let's use relative key. Let's not change this. We'll take these things away again. And then we're going to ramp it up to 12 entries rather than only 6. And we're going to see whether a combination of these things, including using multiply, it's going to end up saying key primary plus or perhaps minus multiply. And yes, I'll be updating these in a moment. Also, it's a bit of a challenge that I have to get it right regarding which sharps or flats there are. I'm only looking at an F sharp, but really these keys are flats or sharps based on where they occur. And logically, I should be including things like sharps or flats relative to what key got removed from the available notes. It's a challenge. It's a challenge. Let's also make these come to life by incorporating this. It's going to be a mess, but I can check to see that I've got it right for the start. See, after the plus. Very good. I'm probably going to amend all of these as I see fit. Okay, so up to 11A. Let's see if it's able to fill things in. Okay, that's stupid, but I'll accept it. That's also stupid, but I'll accept that too. It doesn't know it's talking about notes. So it's fine. It thinks I'm talking about just letters. Now I go in and edit these things. I don't know why it wants me to say CTX there. That makes no sense at all. With what it would be in this case statement. Ooh, or how about I just look them up? 0 can continue to be, like 0 times 5 mod 12 is going to stay 0. So that's fine. No problem with that. But then maybe I want to space these out in such a way that it will artificially produce. Like then this would be G. D flat. And that's presumably going to be D. I'm not really sure. We'll find out. Let's see if we can make it work this way. And then what have we got? E flat? Yes, we do. E flat. Then E. F. I guess we then call that F sharp. I'm reading them from here, is what I'm doing. We're going to see whether it makes any sense or if it works at all, or if it just blows up and falls down. Because this could end up with something that works if I'm lucky. We shall see. H is actually a available musical note, but only in German. F sharp. Yeah, it's going to go to G. That's what that's going to go to. Fine. Then G sharp, no, we're talking A flat, I believe. Which means logically that next we get A. B flat, B. Okay, what am I missing? Oh, okay, I got that mixed up. Don't mind me. F sharp to G, thank you very much. And then we start going into the A flat, A, B flat, and B. I missed G. Now if we run this, let's save it first and then run it. This may or may not actually show me similar things, or very obviously not. So that didn't do any good at all. But what happens if I do this? Literally nothing. Okay, so that's interesting. So I'm going to want that to be the same. So maybe what I need to do is incorporate the same value system in here. Like if I do this, then maybe it will do the same thing. Let's find out. Click into the wrong damn place again. Save. Click to run. Now are you going to do the same thing? No, apparently not. Well, that's even weirder. Why is it not doing this? Because I haven't got it arranged the same way. I thought I was going to be able to simplify it, but I was wrong. Alrighty then. So now what I do is I put it back to what it does here, and then we see what happens. C, G, D, A, E. Interesting. Well, here's the circle of fifths for you. Some of these are the same. D, A, E, B. There's our F sharp. D flat. There's our A sharp. E flat. There's a B sharp and F. See, it only changed some of them. Now it should stay the same. Now let's see whether this actually does as expected. It might. It might. Because we want this stuff to stay the same because that's the key colorings. That stuff is working. But we want it to pick different notes for stuff. So how do we do it here? Mode apply plus key primary. Moment of truth. Is it going to clicking in the wrong stinking place over and over and over? I should move this so that I can't reach that part. Boop. Let's see what happens. This is the keys and notes it should be doing. With this, it follows through like that. But then if I change this, the initial thing should change. The initial thing should stay the same, but then the one right next to it should jump to what it's supposed to be. But it isn't, is it? Well, why does it say C there, and then now it's not actually saying anything? Why do it do what it do? It's not able to show relative key anymore as soon as I do this. Switch multiply plus key primary. Relative key is not showing up anymore. Could it be that it's just going crazy because I'm adding it in the wrong place? It shouldn't. It shouldn't. Well, what if we did key primary times 5 and multiply elsewhere? what would happen then? Let's add more parentheses. It's keeping track of all the parentheses and ignoring the ones or flagging the ones that it feels are unnecessary. I don't care about that because I don't intend to memorize the precedence of math operators. We're going to have these damn parentheses still there, thank you very much. Ooh, although we don't need parentheses in there, or in there, but that's fine. Now let's see what we got. Does it at least start showing relative key in other places? Or does it just leave it out? It just leaves it out. We're able to move the white highlighting, but we are not seeing this additional level. See? We're able to show that twice, but as soon as we move this one up high, that's different. Okay, why are you failing when we move this and this is at 0? Is it simply because it's at 0? Oh, multiply is all negative. So what's happening is this is mod 12, but it doesn't seem to operate properly using negative numbers. That forces it to be in the positives. Now what do we got? Alrighty, that worked, but what happens now? Well, these are not correct, but I'm closer to, so let's adjust this again. Don't need the extra paren because we're not going to be doing this here. Let's just cut that. Let's add it there. Now what happens? Because again, it was failing to work when I was using the modulus function, but it was in the negatives. So I need to offset it enough that that multiply is still functional. And it doesn't matter down here because we're only drawing a stripe rather than going to a case statement. Let's see. Save view. I don't get to hit Command B, sadly. Okay, so that part's working again. Now, well, it's not wrong. F Lydian, yep, that's still correct. G mix Lydian, that is also still correct. And there we have our relative minor. So what should happen now is if I go to the next cycle of fifths, it should bump to E minor. Cool, cool. Or indeed F sharp Locrian, yep, that's correct. I'm referring to this. E minor, B minor, so if we scooch back to Lydian, it should be in G. Okay. It's working. Will, where does Casey say that? I've not seen that one. Instead, I'm going to remove this bit now that relative key is working right for a change. Thank you. All right, save you, run you, and there. Now we're zooping along, selecting different root notes and drawing them. And then we can also move this all around, although this is not actually doing what I'd hoped. But one thing at a time, I suppose. I think I can answer that though, Will. Will Kaiser says, when Casey says the M7 does its own layering with 4 separate tail reverbs, 4 reflection reverbs, 2 low frequency reverbs. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I am using a 3x3 householder matrix to feed a 6x6 householder matrix. The 6x6 householder matrix is doing everything. You get to dial in the 3x3 manually, but then the 6x6 is literally doing it all. So no, I'm not doing anything like that. And I need to go and ease my strains by making a pit stop. So what I'm going to do is set you up with live feed of, I don't know, something. How about this? How about Taming the Zoxin? Or no, we'll pick something even bigger. And I'm going to launch that, and then I'm going to play it using meter so you can see what that does if you were running meter. And I will be back. I'm going to take a little breather. I've got parts of this working correctly now. I like that. I need to adjust the rest of it. And this is still really early days. It's just that I'm getting to be able to make this stuff function correctly. That's cool in its own right, I guess. Anywho, I'll just start it up. I shall be back before this song is over because this is a 70-minute track and I'm not going to take 70 minutes of P. that down for the moment. Understand I can't hear it, so it does do me no good. And let's get back into struggling with this nonsense. I sure do. We've got relative key working. We've got mode display working. We don't have this additional thing working. Key secondary. How is it used? It's used in parallel with the first one. So what was I trying to accomplish? Well, I was trying to accomplish, firstly, how about making it so that it's just an... So here's how things start getting really tricky. Here's how things start getting really tricky. I will try to articulate what I'm trying to make happen through this. And again, I can run it and I can show you. If these are the same, then nothing changes here. Again, this can be anything in the key of C. In fact, I could have this specify specifically what the key is. And maybe that would be a good idea. Yeah. I'll need another text thing. So let's go over here and make it. Let's play with this until it's what I want it to be. And maybe resize these. How wide was that? I can't see. Well, then we won't bother about it. And then let's duplicate that. Click out on that window. Hopefully it moves. Yes, it does. Oh, no, it didn't, did it? Put you back. What's going on? Ah. There we go. I should have these take on better text. Oh, look, it's resizing it while it goes. Well, no harm done, I suppose. So that's what these are for. Here's the new one. What I can do is duplicate it. Oh no, I know what I can do. Cumbersome, but I can. R label is what this needs to be. So I need a whole separate one of these, but we don't need to reassign the colors. And the only reason I'm doing it is convenience. I just want to punch in these hard-coded letters in the right place. That's all. So there's going to be a succession of alterations. And it will give rise to each of these specifying what its key is and what the alternate key is. And I will still be meddling with it. Oh, I know what I could do. Well, if the problem is not being able to move the other control because when you move the first control, you leave the second control alone, I can have the first control automatically make the second control match. And then you have to whittle with the secondary key manually in order to make anything else happen. So that would work. That's more of a UI concept. So that is still correct. We're gonna primary key label is the one that needs to be marked as that. This needs to be relative key label. R. This needs to be primary key label. P. And now I got to go back over to here to fix this so that it's doing the right thing. R. Okay, very good. And lastly, okay. We need to change the value of secondary if primary is fired. So that's going to be a signal. However, can we fire additional signals off of the... Oh, it says disconnect all. That suggests that you can make another routine. Okay, so draw keyboard. We are firing draw keyboard all the time. But See, here it is, draw keyboard. But, we could also update the additional control. Let's copy these formulations. But it won't be, it'll be public void, won't it? Oh, and they want me to capitalize these things, don't they? I think they do. You always have to delta? No, not delta. Okay. Looky there. We've now got another thing that can be called, but not by every single one. And we can do stuff like this. But, doesn't need to be an int. Float. Yeah. And all of that stuff needs to go away. Oh, have we not got the right thing? Ah, it is a double. Fair. Didn't ask for that. Let's make it not do that. And that would be correct, except for maybe it's going to have the wrong number of semicolons. Let's see if it can do that. It's got the wrong number of semicolons, but I can fix that. Alrighty. So if we can have this fire only on certain things, we can have the key primary automatically update the position of the other slider. Let's find out. That should work. Like this should run, at which point it will update all of the above with the draw keyboard, but we should be able to fire that as many times as we need without a trouble. What we can't do is have this update the position of key primary and get into an infinite loop, but it shouldn't be doing that. Also, I could probably lump that together without using the variable. Kind of like this. You can probably do that. Save. Alrighty. Here's that one, and here's that one, and here's this one. They are all connecting to draw keyboard, but we want only key primary to connect to the new thing. Let's find out. Connect. And can you do yet another? It does say disconnect all, so in theory we should be able to go to a new receiver method. I wonder if we can, okay. No, not draw keyboard. There is no attached script. I could attach a script. I could be doing this in GDScript much more easily, but I'm not actually all that enthused about, let's see, input, process, attach script. What do I need to do? Oh, receiver method. So am I overriding or not? We'll cancel that. There is a disconnect all that seems to suggest that you should be able to. We've got a public void. You pass key update events to it. It's constructed in this. Does it have to have a return? Shouldn't. Scroll to the bottom of this and see whether there's anything special I should know about. Nope. Have I failed to save this? Is that the problem? Let's hit save. Let's hit save again. Let's run it. Nothing will happen. But maybe it needs to be run in order to do anything. Now that we've run it, maybe this sees what's there? Let's find out. So value changed. Let's connect again. Okay. Now we're going to draw keyboard in theory, although if this always updates the other one, that one can be calling draw keyboard. I don't necessarily even need to do that. Look at that. So now we've got this, update secondary, connect. We do indeed have two things. Technically, if that's always going to be updating the other one, we don't need to draw it there. Let's see what we got. Now this should be moving this as we watch and updating what's under here. Lovely. And then we can do relative minors, and we can go to find whatever thing we look for. We'll call it minor. We'll go hunting for, I don't know, E minor. Not E flat, but there we are. And then if we apply a different key underneath, we start seeing funny additional notes. Although it'll get reset as soon as we change this. Sure enough. But will it get reset if we change this? No, nor should it, because it doesn't have to be. So that's neat. I feel like this is all very cumbersome still, but whatever. First order of business is for me to be able to make it something that I can do stuff with. Only then do I need to worry about letting other people have it. Although I think I've got it up on the GitHub. But that's by the by. Could do with more labels of things. This is all very cramped. One thing about it, I do have this done. And I correctly identified that I do not have to call draw keyboard twice. I'm wondering if I can make an array of objects to represent actual piano keys, like in this picture, and access the elements according to an integer. That I don't know. Right now, everything that's being done is being done on the basis of a simple graphic that I'm zooming in on. And it's all very nice that I'm able to do that. But it would be fun to be able to draw actual objects on the screen that look like a keyboard. And have those be updated like this. See, right here we are showing I could put a tint thing in here. Layer alpha, layer alpha. Hi, layer alpha. You can be another slider. Maybe I want to start labeling all of these things better. Oh, we can't resize both of those at once, can we? No matter. We all do what we can. Let's see whether we can duplicate all of these things in a row. Thank you. And no reason not to just leave those labeled what they are. But I am going to have to move them one at a time. Or even more so, because that doesn't make any sense. Please let me edit you. Oh, inspector is what I want. Now we've got a little more instruction on what's actually being done in our limited weird way. And scroll W can be repurposed to be alpha. Just got to move it to an appropriate up. That's not the way to do that. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. But that is. Good enough. And min value for this is 0. And max value for this is 1. Step 0.1. There's our alpha control. Now if we read that, we can see a little more of what I was talking about. Just got to go back to here. Go to where we can read things. Okay, so that's not correct, but I don't know quite. Oh, it needs to be double. Fine. Or I can cast it to a float. No reason I shouldn't. Seems correct. That. Alrighty. Now where we got to. I see a bunch of errors. Are they gonna? They didn't work. What happened? Oh, it needs float. Okay. My mistake. We're going to cast this to float. Ooh, or do we have a... No, only to string. That's fine. There. Now it's cast to float. That should be enough to get this going. Here's our primary key thing with our secondary key. Here is the mode and relative stuff, but here is where... Oh, it needs to update, doesn't it? Look at that. This needs to be connected to something too. Otherwise, we won't see it. So value changed. You get to be connected to draw keyboard. Now it should work. Voila, this is what I'm trying to apply to a larger keyboard drawn elsewhere on the screen. He says, as it continues to not do a bloody thing. Oh, there we go. Okay. So this is our max opacity. And then as we do this, it's not actually redrawing. Why? like it follows, but what's the matter? That is apparently our highlight. Yeah. It ain't working. What's going on that it ain't working? Why are you not calling what you're supposed to be calling? Oh, have I simply forgotten to save this? So here's the thing, I just ran it, but I've made this, I've assigned it to draw a keyboard, but I may have not hit save. So if that's true, what's going to happen is I hit save, and now when I run it in Rider, now it updates. Although, funnily enough, my highlight here is changing colors. That's an interesting quirk that I didn't plan. See, if I had planned it, then I would have been like, we should highlight what the relative root node is. See, there's A. And then if it's all color-coded, why, we'll use white. But if it's not color-coded, that's using the primary key. And if we're not color-coded, we're not actually showing anything on the secondary key, which is odd because it should. So that's neat. So if we then go to our color-coded thing, now we're drawing it so everything is colored in. And we're updating the stuff that's not in use. It's drawing a little brighter. That seems odd. So yeah, if we go to full opacity, this white is the root node. I believe it is the greens that are available in the key. Gray is not available in the key. And the orange is the secondary key. And if we zoom it all the way back, what we're getting, it's being drawn in such a way where we only see the colors of the piano keyboard. And there is no mechanic for updating what notes are available and what notes are not. Beyond using this fading. Back to the key of C. There is a setting which is exactly 0.5 where you can't tell where the relative major or minor is. It's no longer rendering. That's because these are matching. And then if we go all the way over to full opacity, then if we do secondary key, now what? Okay, it's filling in. So what's happening with secondary key is it is filling in additional notes that were not available otherwise. So all the way around to D flat is the farthest removed. This is now white keys other than this one note. Maybe another? Yeah, D flat, that would be D flat, so that's the root. And only the faintly green tinged notes are available to play. And the ones that are in gray, that are getting grayed out, are not. So this is the kind of thing where if I mean to draw a piano keyboard that looks like this, it needs to follow different rules. I like the idea of having a medium gray be unavailable notes. And having a couple of octaves on a pretend keyboard and building them out of objects depicted on the screen. I like some of those ideas. It would be nice if I could do them. Maybe I can. If I can, it's not going to be in here. It's going to be creating some kind of objects and maybe duplicating them in some way. So basically, I need to create 12 objects. Some of them are going to be white keys, some of them are going to be black keys. And I may just be able to do that. Probably not in piano roll, though. Let's make it a separate device of some kind. So add child node in main. No, not subviewport. I could make it a canvas layer. That might just be the most appropriate thing. So if we've got that, then where is it? Does it have a size? I don't think it has a presence of its own. I think it is not an object. What can I combine in there? Panel. Okay, that's the GUI control. Displays a style box. That's not going to be relevant to what I'm looking to do. Also, now I don't know how to close this. Yes, I do. Let's go back to inspect. Let's go back to something. Let's close all of that stuff and, oh, for heaven's sake. Okay, do not actually want to close main. Let's just go back to the 2D. Let's add a child node. Color-rect might actually be what I'm looking to do. It might actually be. Yeah, see, making keys out of stuff like that. What I don't know is whether I can make that into an array. It would be handy if there was an array of color-rects and I could define sort of their sizes and shapes. I'm not sure how feasible that really is. Also, it would be nice if I could instance these. But that might be asking too much. Boy. Well, could I instantiate that independently? Could I instantiate that through code? Well, what I'm doing is existing within this code. And it's hard to see where that is. Since it doesn't actually show on the screen unless I click on it. So, how about I start looking for clues in the Googles. Somebody says dictionaries are the way to go. Hey, math major. You can do it if you want. I can't tell you whether that'll work or not, but if you like it, you're free to try it. I don't like that. Add child nodes to an array. Okay, that's messy. Unhelpful. Maybe what I should do is just find out whether I can spawn new things. Let's find out. Like, I could always just refer to these things by name and manually create every single one I need and move them to the right places and then update their colors. That would work. It would be horrible, but it would work. I'd even be able to move them relative to... This should move. It did. And it moved back. So if I make everything inside canvas layer, that will let me have a keyboard that I can physically move around without moving every single one independently. That would work. Everything needs to have distinct names, though. I bet change type doesn't mean change it into an array. Nope. Hey, Travis. Let's make a new script file and see what we can make happen out of that. It will and has opened it in here. Things seem chill over here. Well, I've made some progress. Not lots, but a little. What I have done today, Travis, is this. This is a piano keyboard in less than so mode. It's a piano roll. It's a piano roll. We can fade it into this color-coded thing. The white line refers to, the gray is actually black keys, and the color is light keys. When you change primary key, and it also updates secondary key, it's going to highlight different things based on what notes are available or not available. So I probably could do with updating this, so rather than fading to purely black and white, it fades to gray with only the black and white highlighted, because that is what this was for. And I have not successfully done that yet. But we can make it do this. The white color follows what mode you're in. And that is true even if you pick weird keys. The primary key is always in major, like this. But then you can pick whatever note you want, and it does correctly show you what the note should be and what notes are in the key. And you can only click on where there are actually available notes. So if you made a melody, that's in A flat mixolydian. But hey, when you change an additional key, that starts bringing other notes in as well, to the point where you can have literally all 12 notes available except for perhaps this one here, or even including that one. That is now a combination of primary key and secondary key where it's 12 tone. And then if you put the secondary key back, we are back to not being able to place notes that aren't accessible in the key that we're in. And we can fade it to black and white with the bass root note highlighted, or fully colored in, which isn't perhaps not all that desirable. And I want to draw a piano keyboard like I've got on my reference picture here. So maybe the next step, apart from this, although one of the things I wanted to do was use ready and spawn something. It's a composition tool. It's kind of like, you know how Eno had oblique strategy cards? Well, I've got like these cards. And this program is to do the job of these, which are so recent that I never actually got to compose using them because they're a little cumbersome. I'm more used to the arrangement cards that are more about, they're also color-coded, but abutting styles and flavors of pieces of music against each other and whether they would go up or down in energy level, and anagrams to give you ideas for stuff to start doing. This is entirely the more difficult side of that, and I want to do that first, and I'm trying to do it first, and I'm not getting really very far, but I'm learning bits of this every step of the way. And if I can make it work, everybody can download it. So I don't have to build it into a deck of cards and print it and have people buy it. If I can make it work, then I can share it with all. That's assuming I can make it work. So let's try doing something like spawning a color rect. Hi. And let's give it a name. Sure, fine. Color rect. And now it has a suggestion for how that can exist. In theory, we've just created a new color rect. Now I wonder whether that is going to default to something that is visible. Signs point to no. I saved. It didn't change anything. You're learning Godot. What you start with whatever you want. I'm all struggling with difficult things. I don't really have the bandwidth for doing much with that. Ooh, I bet I know what happened. Haha. It's a new color rect. That doesn't mean I necessarily instantiated it. We've just defined it. New means it is a new thing. Let's see whether this does anything first of all. Set position. Let's set it to like 100, 100. No, not 1,000, 100. Let's see whether it has defaults or how many things I need to add to it for there to be something there. Okay, it's not there. So we've set its position. Ah, got there. Now let's see what we've got. Is it going to be a white square? No. Rest of this is still working fine. See if I can make that work. I can generate an array of those things or build it into the other one and have that doing what I want. My question becomes, okay, let's see what else it thinks is the most obvious next thing to do. Nope, we already did set position. Okay, color. Well, that doesn't do anything. Nor does that. I have this elsewhere. Let's go find it in main. Colors. Okay, colors dot. This is what it needs. Alrighty. Add child. Add child to what though? Canvas layer. Keyboard display canvas layer. That should be visible. And it should have a size. No, doesn't understand what that is. Okay, public class keyboard display. That's also the name of an object. That's not helping. Well, let's see how far we've got. It should be add child should cause something to appear on the screen if this is working correctly and I'm understanding it all right, but no. Nope. I should be able to draw something. Let's see what stuff is looking like over here. So we've got a script. There's our script. Canvas layer, that's a layer. It's supposed to be obvious, or visible rather. How about follow viewport? If we turn this on, okay, so here we go. It's really struggling to show. If enabled, it stays in a fixed position. If disabled, it maintains its position in world space. So the screen can move around, but that maybe what it's doing is it's able to draw stuff not on the screen so much as the overall screen rather than the window that it's in. I don't know whether that's true. We do, however, have a script attached to this, and now we have follow viewport. Transform might be producing a problem. Scale should be 1. If I rescale it, it will rescale everything within. Let's see what it does now. Firstly, you gotta remember to save it, otherwise it won't apply the changes. Now, can we do add child and see something? Okay, we have action. and it's following the screen. This means I can draw stuff on the screen programmatically. That also means I can define an array of these things. I might not actually need keyboard display CS though. Also, I do not know why it is drawing this red. I guess you can't see until I move it down like this. I don't really quite know what's wrong with my imagery. This is drawn in red. I don't know why it's drawn in red. I don't know what its problem is. It's working, but I don't understand. Could it be that process needs something in it? Surely not. Okay. Right-clicking just made it shut off. That's charming. Maybe it's just Git doesn't see it and that's why it's in red. I'm glad the K Cathedral 4 is working for you, Travis. Let's see whether there are any defaults in here. Might as well. I did the one thing. Okay, that's clearly not a default. If it doesn't have a position, then what? Up, as expected, corner of the window. Crystal Cat has a suggestion for why it's being drawn in red. It returns void, so it's not a return value. Yeah, fair. Well, just to be a little bit cheeky, this stuff is part of a separate object. GD script, fair. Yeah, I'm trying to do all this in C#. So this is creating a separate object. It's in the ready thing. If I had it in process, for instance, it would quickly crash because I'd be adding one child of frame. And that's no bueno. I would rather not be madly creating and deleting objects if I can help it. What I'm wondering, and I might as well not wonder, but actually try it and find out. If we cut all of this, and this has a ready 2. If we add test color rect as a child to main, is this part of the screen? Or is it not able to add a child to something that isn't a canvas? Let's find out. But now here's where things get a little bit more interesting. We created this, meaning that presumably we can refer to it elsewhere. Let's see if we can move it or do things with it. Where's our... let's use layer alpha. Oh, you don't know what that is, do you? It's not a local. That's not a local variable. Mm-mm. Nor do I want to create a parameter. Test color rect is a node, though. It's a child. It's a child of main. Main's in node 2D, so that does exist within the window. It has its own, it's based at 0. So get node, not necessarily piano roll though, or is it? Okay, what's main actually? We're not going to be referring to that. We're operating within piano roll, but in any dealing with anything forces us to refer to piano roll itself, which is a text direct. Okay. But then this other stuff is child's, well, is it child of piano roll though? Let's see whether we can get any of this to work. One step at a time. Bad compile constant value. Oh, I believe you. Now this does not exist until runtime. So that's potentially a problem. That's not how that's going to work. And it's not a label node. It's a color rect node. And so subposition goes here. Oh. So I should be able to get that, and then this doesn't contain that. Okay, do you run or do you fail to run? Looks more than a little bit like it fails to run, huh? But it didn't crash, and that's interesting. Back to start. Add child. Add child to what? Main. Main. Not piano roll at all. Let's see what we've got now. Nope. So is that simply, did I just break it with this? Like if I comment that out, does it then display the node or does it fail to? Nope, it displays the node. So as soon as I tried to do anything with it, it went. Might possibly be that I was feeding it the wrong values. Let's see whether we can change it from white to a different color within this other thing. Because we were able to make it be a color and it shows up as long as you don't do anything further to it. Let's see if we can access it in any way. All right, so if we have that, is it white or is it gone? It's gone. If we comment it out, it's there. So I simply don't want to be creating new objects every frame or every update. Ooh. But in theory, if you update something, oh, and also note that this is now black. Like doing this, it's like not working. We got a log system exception. Is it showing up in this at all? No. No, it's not. So what have I got as far as errors and problems and things? Because all that's happened is I've just killed this. And I'm trying to figure out why. I would like this to scooch up so that I can maybe see problems. Ah, okay, now I'm seeing something in the way of errors and such. Quit. Node not found. No reference. It just dies when I hit that. So there's the problem. The other stuff, not so much of a concern. It's not finding the object. Which I thought I was creating. See? We can add the child, but then we can't get at it. No, I can't access this at all. Ready is creating the child, but then as soon as I try to do anything with it, it's gone. So node test color rect relative to root main. So there's the main problem. And it's stopping everything. Hey, Grants, reasonably. I got a bunch done. I'm just getting stuck on something else as usual. Packing for vacay? Cool. I'm about 50 minutes out from thawing out food and getting ready to make tacos. So that's always good. If I'm stuck on this, then no worries. This is now empty. Trying to find where I was. Here it is. So, can't reset position. Honestly, since this was the only problem, if I can get the other one to work, then that would be preferable. So it wasn't about me having this format wrong. Could it be that it wants get child? Don't want to refer to it by the index in quite that way. Iterating children of a node, fair, okay, not what I want though. Access it by its name. That's when you use get node, which is what I've currently got it set to say. Array. So relative path or absolute path? It needs to be relative to main. Ready should be instantiating it, but it's not working. It'll return null. Could it be that it's running before we actually hit ready? That shouldn't work. Oh, Isle of You, seriously? Oh man. I believe you. Okay, so test color rect relative to root main. So if I do this, can I check to see if it's null? I don't. Okay, that's legal code. Let's see whether, yeah, pretty much kind of. Let's see whether it does anything. Ooh, no, it actually blew up. Doesn't even run. Also, node is not the same as what did you do with that? Okay, this. So if those exist, they have set position. But it still crashed and does not work. More bloody null references. Well, would it be in piano roll then? Like this shouldn't work. Let's delete this and start over. Nope. Super doesn't work. Okay. 40 minutes until I get to thaw out some food for dinner. Yep, there's your problem. Okay, dummy value, which has to be a float. So now we see whether get node or null can work. Nope, that's already a problem. Dear me. Okay. If I comment that out, it's able to add a child. This is what our child looks like. It's a white square. That got added programmatically. It is an object of type color rect. If I can add something like that and it's not rect, then I can make a visual keyboard out of like these colors here. Although there's stuff that I could do even now to fool with that a little bit more. Like physical key color here. line, primary color, and secondary color are lerping to middle gray using layer alpha, but it's starting with just black and white keys, which is normally what you would want. So it's starting with secondary color, and then it's primary color. Okay, so here's the challenge. This worked. I can make a color rect. I can set its position and size and add child. But then I'm having problems finding it now that I've added it. It exists on the screen, but I'm looking to be able to do something with it. In fact, we could build it into update secondary and see it's maybe this stuff only exists inside this method. Let's see what happens if we do this. No, not cropped rect. Although apparently it needs it all to have the underscore. So now we don't need to make a new version of it. Oh, stop it. Also, I should have made that color rect. Save time. There you go. You can stop it as well. So I can do this. I don't know if I have to add child. I do think I no longer need that. So let's see now whether it's still... Okay, now it's alive and hasn't crashed, but it ain't showing nothing. And it's supposed to be. Like it worked, but I don't see anything now. Nope. Needs that underscore. Oh, you settle down. So yeah, that don't work. Nor is it appearing on the screen anymore. And I was kind of hoping that was going to be possible. But on the other hand, it is just possible that it now exists persistently and can be related to like this. Let's find out if this crashes and dies now that I've got a variable in there somewhere. Nope, no worky. No worky. Everything's falling apart and dying. Up to and including Aussie. So what the hell? Null reference, not set to an instance of an object. I thought I'd instance the damn object. Partial class main, no 2D. Oh, hi, hang on a second. Hang on a second, hang on a second. Have we simply not done new? Oh, no, wait, that seems wrong. And I tell you why, we don't need that there. It already knows, but it needs to be nude, not nude in the frivolous sense, but nude in new color rect. Private, and then add child. And then we're still trying to mess with it like this, which let's first see if it even appears before getting into that. Oh, it appears. Now, can we manipulate it? We totally can't. Why? It's not an instance. Do we need to do piano roll? Surely not. That can't be right. We're doing it in the same place that we do display and keys display and crop display, so we should be able to relate to it the same way we're doing those things. How do we relate to those things? Not necessarily with the controls. Directly like that? Let's find out. Wouldn't that be freaky? Let's see if that was enough. No, sure wasn't. Sure wasn't. So what? Object reference isn't set to a. So display, keys display, crop display, blah, blah, blah. If we define it in ready, oh, hang on. We get to add child there, but we're not creating a new instance. So display image create empty. Can you do color rect equals color rect create empty? Surely not. No, I don't think that's. No, that's a lot of nonsense. Not even slightly. Not even once. So we can make it appear like that. It just doesn't help. When we hit draw keyboard, we're doing stuff with display and keys display and crop display, which are being instantiated in Ready. Actually, no, only display is, not the other ones. That's weird. These are being displayed elsewhere. Interesting. Okay, well, you seem to know what that is. Now what? Did that work? Nope, super didn't. And I'm pretty sure that is all that's breaking anything. Everything still runs until that moment when we try to touch this in any way or do anything with it whatsoever. Let's test that assumption. What the? Oh, I see. Can't access that. Well, now what can we do? Can we make a new object out of that? If so, what happens? Command B does not run build. In the other program it does. That still works. So if we can do that here, and we can also do that elsewhere, how bad does it get if we just take this? That's now back to what it originally was. This will be adding way too many children, and this is what I would expect to see if this functions but is wrong. Oh, for heaven's sake. As expected, it's creating many instances. It's going to say these were leaked because I created a new one every time I tried to move it. I guess unless it doesn't say that they were leaked, which already then. This is not awesome. If I keep moving that, then it will just keep unless, well, firstly, what if I don't do this? Oh, for heaven's sake. Stop it. if I do this, we're not adding a child every single time I change anything. But does that mean it's not visible? Yes. So we're back to it's functional. We're back to it's doing what I wanted, but we now don't have access to that thing anymore. What happens if we only add it in ready? Or can it even do that? Or does it not exist yet? There's a question. Let's find out. And 91 RIDs of type canvas item were leaked. See, when I'm doing it this way, that's what I would expect. I'm doing it wrong, and I would expect it to give me that kind of problem. What do we got now? Okay, we added it once, but we are not manipulating that instance. Seems like that was just standard. So this didn't change. Here's the only place that we set color and size. Now what? Hitting Control B doesn't... Go. Okay. We made it be a different size, and we're controlling it inside the place where we have this. Is this failing simply because I added layer alpha? Is that just like a default size? Okay, well that listened. What happens if... And why are 4 items were leaked? Why are 4 items being leaked? Do you still work if I do this? No. Do you work if I move this to up here? After all, here's where display becomes image create empty, although not with everything though. So if we make a new of the private variable here and then add child, then run it again. Nope. That reference is not the instance of an object. Okay, it's 20 minutes before I can thaw out food and make tacos. This is not an instance of an object. I'm not able to connect it. If I do color rect and go with a new one, so we could make a new one here, but it didn't help. Adding child also didn't help. Adding child in draw keyboard instantiates it many, many times, which is useless. And we're accessing display, which also exists in the same context as this other stuff. Too much coffee, not enough success. I tell you, that's what'll get you. And this is not really ready enough for me to be able to get any use out of it. And it would be nice if I was able to, like, I need to make some music and test this stuff out. I really need to get something happening with all this. It's tough. I do have crude ways that I can get some of this happening. I could simply draw these in a label and update the label, and that would work. My challenge here is that I'm trying to instantiate objects in actual Godot and update them programmatically, and there surely are ways of doing that. GetNode might not do it, but GetNode color rect. So yeah, it's partial class main. So it will be like main text. Maybe I could connect this one to the So here's where it doesn't actually work because it doesn't actually have this. It's acting like it has it, but it doesn't, because it's being clued into the fact that it is the object it says it is by the top of the file, like the header of the file, but it's not actually, hello. So relative path from this node or an absolute path. But why would that be there? Yeah, those are all controls in the overall window. Oof. Well, I can do a long string of getNode. We could do that. It wouldn't work, but we could do it. I don't feel like new color rect is gonna help. I'm trying to connect it to the one that exists already. Ah. That seems somewhat redundant to me. Okay, you can do this, but it's useless. What the hey? Context sections. All right, what are we trying to do? Change type of field, test color rect to node. No, I don't think that works. It's not a node, is it? So this is extremely dumb. I bet you this don't work. Sure enough. It super don't work. 10 minutes before I can thaw out food and get my dinner ready. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Maybe somebody in the internet has something going on with it. I can't get past that error either. Well, nobody can be of help, so whatever. Does not exist or was deleted or cleaned up. Here's a bunch of TCP stuff. That's completely different in some ways from what I'm trying to do. I wish, book. I wish. See, I'm trying to instantiate stuff during runtime. That's the whole problem. Maybe let's look at it from the other direction. And I will save myself the trouble of trying to look using Google, because Google is just going to give me garbage these days. Signal. Somebody's general C# advice. Don't use it for Android or iOS. Fair. Fair. Instantiating lots of objects. Apparently GDScript is good for that. Oh, and don't use Godot's types for things like arrays. I do actually understand why that would be. Godot makes a lot of stuff possible, but not necessarily well. Variants have lots of stuff built in. People are diving really deep into this stuff. Let's look more globally then. Here's something of somebody trying to make something happen that I would hope would work. Zero size? Okay. Rect size. Problem is I'm trying to create these and then access them. Like I could simply go and create the stupid things literally in the window and try to refer to them from there, much like I've got other controls that I'm updating. So that would be one possible way of dealing with it. My concern is I don't know how to do that in the Godot interface in an array. And I feel like that might be nice, or at least more convenient. So that's got me pretty confused. Like I've got everything set up to do a giant array, which is that piano roll section. So anything I do there could be propagated outwards to other objects, but not trying to do it in that, not doing it in GDScript. I'm trying to do it in the user interface window. I'm trying to do it in this. Add array of nodes here. That's what I'm trying to make. Let's clean up some of the mess I've been making. Let's clean up all of my rect nonsense here. None of it worked, so it's all going away now. And let's run it one more time to make sure that things actually are functioning. And we'll start over. We'll save, we'll run, we'll see if it works. That's what my hope had been. Everything still functions perfectly. Back to trying to make anything happen. So, I also don't need this to be here. I'm also going to remove that. We're going to start over. Oh, I always forget that I have to hit save here before anything understands what's going on. And we are back with something that looks like it works, or something like that. Ooh, you know something? 3:57 p.m. This is time enough for me to go and do the thing I said I was going to do. Okay. Okay, so I got the oven warming up, and I'm thawing out cheese for tacos for later. And I've got an hour to the end of the day to see whether I can make it work. And we made this. Oh, if you mean this, that's JetBrains Writer. It is a for pay thing. It's costing me money to keep it going. But some of the folks that I know, like Bacon Paul, who has produced Surge XT with a bunch of help, and also Six Signs by himself, is very fond of some of the JetBrains IDEs. The one you're seeing that is not the Godot IDE is this. And here's what I wonder whether maybe I should just fix this. You know what I mean? Maybe I should just fix this. So it doesn't do this. Like my crossfades. Because as much as I can make this do a thing, full intensity color means that you can no longer really tell what the hell anything's doing. but it's more vivid when you do this. The permissible keys to play are the ones in color. So they're showing up very vividly, and gray means don't play that note. That's what I had in this. But I'm having some trouble getting it to draw these key things, and that's what I would need for colors for the thing I've been trying to do for the last hour. So if I don't even have the colors right, instead I have, it turns into this, which is, this is what black keys and white keys are meant to be. Without actually going the way it's meant to go. Like all that's happening here is it's drawing the root note and then it's adjusting it to relative major or minor or whatever. This I could draw as a dot on top of the keyboard if I wanted. If I do secondary keys, nothing happens at all in this setting. And you have to bring this in order to get this stuff to work, but then you can't see anything. And it's not very effectively showing what counts as a white key or a black key. Instead, they're just colored or gray. And I do want the ones that don't count to show up as gray. Yeah, it's all wrong. Everything's all wrong. We'll see. So then what? Well, here's where we started anyhow. All of this stuff is working. Key main color, that's being assigned correctly. It's somewhat arbitrary. I just chose colors to use, but it's being assigned correctly. Name of the mode is correct. All of this other stuff is correct. What's not correct is that okay, so key main color, color's white. Wouldn't actually need to be anything because we're just overriding it no matter what. It will never actually be white. In fact, we could call it black for all the difference it would make because nothing's going to happen. Same here. We can run this and it'll look exactly the same because we never actually use that default. And this all still works the way it's supposed to. So here's where it gets messy. I've fooled with Wolfram Mathematica a little bit, mostly when other people directed me to it with something that they were demonstrating. People can be like, oh, hey, check out this equation, and they'll link to a Wolfram Mathematica, at which point I can typically fool with it a little bit. In fact, the thing that I did to come up with my tempo stuff came out of Wolfram Mathematica. I gave it a batch of samples and told it to come up with an equation that as near as possible nailed down those samples, and it successfully did. So that counts as me messing around in it, yeah. So here's part of what's happening. Physical key color. Line primary color, line secondary color. Let's see what happens if we do this. Oh, it needs to be afloat. This IDE complains if you don't have it set up right. Let's see what we get when we do this. Then our physical lerping is going to be somewhat altered by how we're going about it. Okay, didn't really expect that. That's kind of freaky and weird. Didn't expect that. Secondary key still doesn't do a damn thing. Mode relative key is still the color that we're starting from. Okay, with this, weird things are happening. It's not reacting the same based on whether physical key color is black or white. That's weird. That's very weird. Line primary color is being lerped from physical key color to middle gray. That's interesting. Line primary color and line secondary color are like overrides in that this is the default, much like the physical key color is starting out as white and it's being overridden to be black wherever that is relevant, and that has a great significance on what's actually happening here. Let's do something else. We've still got physical key color available. Let's literally take this stuff away and have both of these default to strictly and entirely gray. So this is no longer referencing physical key color at all. Except for yes it is, but we're not actually overriding it. So let's see what we've got now. Okay, that's gray except for when it's white. And then if we go to a very black keyed zone, those are black keys unless they are full color. White keys are now tinted. Black keys are now tinted. Quit out of you. So line secondary color starts as medium gray. Hi, what's going on here? Why has this been commented out? Well, here's where our we end up on primary color. With this, we're testing to see whether saturation is greater than 0.1. So that is replacing anything that is gray, white, or black with secondary color if that's needed. Here's where we're overriding primary. Main color, that becomes the color coding of everything. Alternate color is the alternate color coding of everything. Here we have alternate and main again. Let's just assign them directly. Let's see how far we can go with chilling out all of this lerp stuff and then maybe applying the physical key color afterwards rather than beforehand. As long as they don't have any massive mistakes of clicking the wrong place or doing what that just was right there, I should be able to get away with cleaning this behavior up so that secondary color is by default gray. If it is a color coded, then it's not anymore. And then we'll see what that looks like. And there's no problem with having it be simplified down this much, because after all, we don't know what the primary or secondary colors actually are anyhow. They'll be different for each key. So we got that. Maybe I can come up with an easier way of doing this. That has less stages to it. Namely this. How about not that? Modes were done today. That was kind of neat. I'm at least happy about that. That at least worked. And then line primary color. Simplify stuff a little bit there as well. And now what have we got? full intensity colors against a background of gray. And this no longer does anything. That was as intended. Also, this moves and can... Or can it? Okay, so mode relative key should be able to shuffle around based on whether it's on the white keys. Because in the key of C, those are the only ones in the thing. However, if we boop over to here, or simply add another one, yep, again, it's only on the available keys, but now we can't tell where the black keys are any longer, because we've got the 2 grays there and the 3 grays there. If we had it drawn like this, which is what I was trying to do for the last couple of hours, at least you'd be able to see where the black keys were positionally. But we can't see that on the piano roll. We can't see that on piano roll. So now it's time to do our little crossfade and see if that helps at all. Oh, for heaven's sake. You stop. Why did it even crash? What was its little problem? Also, let's run it again and quickly see what happens with the secondary keys. And sure enough, with the secondary keys, everything's a color now. And mode relative key only relates to the primary key, so that's not actually covering up any of these other colors. The additional colors I go to are kind of on the vivid side. Okay. No, but a good start, I suppose. So, did I just delete literally all of my lerp stuff? I think I did, didn't I? Yeah, super helpful. Yay. Not only that, that's totally freaking wrong, isn't it? You've just wasted even more of my time. No, it keeps typing stuff I don't want it to. There you go. What the crap does it even think it's doing? So thank you for that. Never hit tab. Never hit tab in this crazy program. It'll run amok. What? No. No. Okay, now let's start by typing lerp and then go from there. And then key something. Physical key color. Got there. Come on, show me where it is. And no, you don't. What does it even think it's doing? it wants to autocomplete physical key color, comma, and another color. And it says plainly that it is a float. Like, for instance, that. Let's try this. Let's see what it did. Man, JetBrains Writer is fighting me for the last half hour. It's completely obnoxious and stupid. Okay. We can completely replace all of that nonsense and stuff with the colors of what the actual keys should be. Then as we start dialing back, we start getting something else showing up. Hey, Tacky Bunker. So here's where we start fading stuff. Hopefully getting into a zone where it might also work to be drawing more complicated pictures rather than just this bands of nothingness. I'm glad that the mainstream releases are always a little bit stronger than me struggling with stuff like this. So with this, I'm kind of seeing the colors of the keys being overridden by stuff. It's supposed to look kind of like this, but the pictures are more useful because they are in a shape of a piano keyboard, and also the white keys have boundaries around them, which are little lines. It would be nice to have something like that. So if I do this, I can have purely piano key color, or I can fade it right back until it's mostly grays. Weirdly, that white color is getting kind of overridden by stuff. It's not always the same shade, is it? Maybe that needs to not be that way. Well, I know one thing I can do about it. If that happens last, then it will always be whatever color is indicated here. Including that. So now it is a black spot overriding everything, which is pretty plain to see. There could be some other sort of indication on there as well. I am sad and frustrated. Let's remove that entirely for the moment. No, you can't hit Command B to run this. Without any relative key indication, you can kind of see what the background is supposed to look like. And then as you go fully over into the color-coded version, stuff gets kind of wibbly and weird. And then as the tint oh wait, that's not even it's too hard to see what's happening. It's too hard to see what notes are supposed to be used or not. I'm frustrated and sad. It's no bueno. Like what I had before was already bad, but then this is like worse. I cannot make this legible. I cannot make this work. Although I do have access, it's creating the right notes and it's applying indications to the notes correctly, such as doing this. Only problem is it doesn't help when I can't make any sense of it, but it's partly because I'm just tired. Oh, well, there's something I could do. I could do this. Won't necessarily help, but all the same. Really? Seriously? I didn't type that, thank you. No. Oh, for heaven's sake, what's your error now? Oh, well, that's not that hard. Got there. Well, that didn't work, but it was fun trying. By all rights, this should have worked. How about making it be bigger and seeing if that does anything? We've drawn the rect as intended. We've checked to see whether it's the override. And if it is, only this line is run, and it is overriding line primary color, and then we're drawing again. It should work. And rather than create width being the full width of the thing, it should be much smaller than that. Let's try that again, see if this time it does anything. Ah, okay, got there. There, that's the root note. Does not have to be quite that big, but clearly it needs to be larger than 1. There. There's your root note. It is being updated. Here's our keys. You can kind of see a little bit more. This would be drawn on top of the physical keys that we would be getting drawn. And again, the secondary keys, that is illuminating other available keys adjacent to what we are doing. So as you go, these other stuff gets opened up into the secondary keys as they come into play, up to the point where you can have literally all the keys. And it looks exactly the same as placing a dot, because it is effectively the same as placing a dot. And we can make it a little bit wider because we have room to do that. See, there is your root note of whatever it is we're doing. And you can also go right away from that. Make it be narrower, wider, etc., etc. So there's that, I guess. A little less than a half an hour to continue tinkering with things. Well, one thing about it is I can at least manually go through and update the bits that I need to do if I manually create a bunch of keys in the interface. And that is not impossible, and I know how to access stuff inside the interface like this. So I can change colors of like color rects just this way. Nothing stopping me from doing that, just all longhand. I can even make an image that looks like this, just by overlaying, like first drawing a black color rect, then making a series of color rectangles on top that are laid out just like this, and then making these series of little black ones on top of those. That is doable. And if I do that, I can alter their colors, and then it will be a little bit more accessible, presumably. Hang on. I'm just thinking about this again. So physical key color, I'm saving this until the end. Line primary color and line secondary color start at 128, 128, 128. They start at gray. It doesn't have to be medium gray. What if it was black instead? Not gray, but black. What would that look like? One quick way to find out. Now we're crossfading from a state of great darkness. Okay, that was weird. I didn't expect that. Okay, so those are white over black. My default color is still black. If we use the secondary keys, then the ones that are accessible light up like crazy. So then if this is the inverse, I don't seem to be able to quite get it to where this would be the white keys being rendered as black, or is it? Okay. In the key of C, black keys are not to be played. In the key of F sharp, all of the black keys are to be played. So we got a kind of inverse effect going on here, where that's what the keys on the keyboard are looking like. But then if I make it be like this, that's literally the reverse. Well, having worked that out, we could simply start with physical key color. I'm like thinking about having it be the inverse of physical key color, but I'm not really sure why, other than old farfisas or something. I'm just trying to make it make some kind of visual sense. More comments. Make this madness go away. All right, now we are starting with physical key color and we're blending over to physical key color. Now what? Cool, cool. Interesting. So at full illumination, the ones that are lighting up are the ones that you're not supposed to play. And it's really reversing things somewhat. Ooh, so. So I haven't liked anything that I was doing. But nor do I like the fact that it just took away that. Oh, stop it. What on earth do you think you're doing? You crazy beast. This is why you can't let AIs at the things that you're doing, because it starts doing crazy things that are just distracting. So A is transparency. Don't want that. But we know that physical key color is going to be the same in, like R, G, and B are all going to be the same, white or black. So it doesn't matter which I use. I could use G. Stop it! What? What? Stop that! You're only wasting my time. For God's sake, man. And G8, thank you. Are you able to do this now, or are you just going to go crazy? Nope, that time it did. Okay. That gives me an inverse. That does not actually give me anything, but what I can do is go color. And that'll give me something. And then do the same thing here. And now all I have to do is take this variable I've just created and use it here. I do not know why suddenly it thinks it matters that this is 255. Nor do I understand why that's got a red line. Oh, okay. Okay, let's declare it as byte then. How about that? Oh, for how about that? Apparently not. What? Well then, let's cast it. No. What's your problem? You cannot convert int to byte. Why can you not convert int to byte? That's just stupid. Fine. I'll do something that doesn't include byte. No, no, no. Ah! And that'll go from 0 to 1. F, thank you. That should work, but now this doesn't. So we got to use a different color generation algorithm. Well, that's not correct. Let's do HFC. No hue, no saturation, and value. No, it's not saturation I wanted it on, but thanks for asking. Now, we try that there. And we see what it did, because we have an inverse of physical key color for our blending. Just like that. Okay, white keys, very light. That just looks weird. I feel like that light tomato color of the sea is causing some of my problems. Also, a secondary key should play a role. Yeah, that color is a problem. Maybe I'll just have to do those colors over. But we can kind of see the color tinge showing up. And the fact that it's a light shade of gray, but then as you start bringing in, see that shade of white went to an even lighter shade of white. And the gray went to a black. Indicating that the sort of lilac color there, if it goes to purely light gray, you're not supposed to play that note. And the black keys are a pale gray, if you're not supposed to play them, but very visible if you are. And in fact, as you add more with the secondary key, they start showing right up. B to F sharp there is this note comes into play. Secondary key of F sharp, primary key of D, and that F is, let's see, as the F sharp comes into play, that's when this note here becomes a thing. Otherwise, it's not. Heaven's sake. What if this goes back to my... If we just went with that original setting, stop that. If we just went with that original setting. Almost looks doable. You're supposed to play these notes, but not these gray notes. I think it would read better if that particular shade of gray was surrounding everything, which it's not. But you can kind of see that shade of gray getting taken over by other shades of color as you bring in the secondary key. And now this don't do nothing. Well, in fairness, the stuff that has to do with the mode relative key wasn't here when I started today. When I started this morning, this wasn't there. It is correctly showing what the root note is for whatever funky thing you're trying to do. Like, oh hey, we're in A Lydian, except for we're in F sharp Lydian, and it is accurately showing where you start with that stuff. Like, this is in fact F sharp. These are in fact the notes that you play if you're playing a Lydian scale in F sharp. You start here and then you go on from there. We can also introduce secondary keys. What I was looking to do is have these chords shown. I don't think I have time for that today. When you select a primary key, and then the mode shows you what the main chord will be that you choose. I can just spit this out, the horizontal stuff. I can just spit that out as a line of text. Like, if I just type these straight across, or I can lose the Locrian if I want. Although I think I actually, yeah, technically I have it, you just never want to use it. You don't want to use those because those chords you can't actually include the fifth. It's an augmented fourth if you play that chord. So that's 6 chords to include in a list. And then the idea here is you start fooling with secondary key. Like, again, boop. Over here to this, we're showing some of these things. As you start bringing in secondary keys, certain of these chords will become available. Like, you move it one in this direction, and all of a sudden this note becomes available. And that note is, let's see, C, D, E, F, G. So starting with C, D, flat major, all the way over here. So you have to have G flat, but then you've just brought G in, going to the A flat secondary key. And that means it shows up, well, not actually there. There were different ones where it shows up. You bring in the secondary key, and that opens up that chord. And then it can also tell you whether it's a major or a minor chord that it makes available. If I print out these lists of chords, it will tell you whether you should be going for majors or minors on each of these. And that's the idea, that you can construct a melody using the notes that are available to click on here. And then you set it up in such a way that you've got like this little run of notes here, little chromatic run, 4 notes in a row there. It's fairly far away from the root note, mind you, but whatever. And above will be displayed the chords that you can play, both in the primary key and then what's represented by this note, this G note, which will be, let's see, well, you can't play the whatever the next one is. Anyway, we've got this. Maybe it would be a good idea to write out, maybe it would be a good idea for me to go and make tacos. It's 5. Again, what I got done today, and this don't do nothing anymore, was the ability to select this key, the ability to override the secondary key if you want to, but only if you go and touch that. Otherwise, this just predominates and it shows you what the keys are, and it'll show you what the root note is, and you can pick whatever mode you want to be in, and that shows you what the relative key is, and you just kind of fool around like that, which also means if you're in B Mixolydian, you can go and find it just like this, go, okay, I can sing a B note well, or let's say I can belt a D note. So if my high D is the highest note I can belt, and I want to do a Phrygian mode, I'll move it until I get D Phrygian, meaning that I'm in the Phrygian mode, so it's the ominous, creepy stuff. But then the high root note is the highest note that I can reach. And these are the notes I would play in order to do it, and I'm actually in the key of B flat. And these are the notes you play, and that's the high B. And that's the creepy one note above. So maybe rather than be in, I would want to be in D flat Phrygian. So that the creepy note that is a half step up would be the highest note I could belt. And then you'd have it looking kind of like this, and your primary key would be A. And let's see, what else are we looking at? Because I'm looking at this again. So let's see, major A and Phrygian. It's actually showing a C sharp, but whatever. It wouldn't actually be a C sharp from there, would it? Or would it? I'm not sure. Anyway. No, that is a C sharp because you can't play a C in this key. Unless your secondary key is D flat, opening up many other notes. And in theory, you'd be able to look at the chords shown here, and then other chords would appear as you play with secondary key, and then you can like pick up your guitar or whatever and start noodling around among the various chords that are being shown. And yeah. So as much as there's been much frustration today, all things considered, I feel like I still got some stuff done. So that's cool. And on that note, I'm going to quit out of there. I'm going to save that. I'm going to quit out of there. I'm going to save that. I'm going to quit out of... What did I just quit out of? Oh, dear. Let's quit out of here. And close that. And I'm done. It's taco time. And I'm going to go and be good and have dinner rather than beating myself into the ground over this. With a bit of luck, I can do more of this on Thursday and hopefully get farther. You can but try. But it's been, well, I don't know if I would call it fun. But I do have some pretty cool reverb stuff coming, and I should have what I need apart from this stuff that I'm working on today to do the Pointy Deluxe demo that I wanted. Anyways, talk to you later. Bye-bye.